All right. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Link, Carlos Raven, Cat Cantaloupe, Bloobs, Blue, and Cloverfield. Thank you guys for the good luck. Also, hello, Lenene, Pirikala, and Solatris. Thank you guys for the good luck as well. Hope that everyone is doing well today. Also, thanks for the good luck, Fox Darts. Yesterday we didn't get a run past Arbiters, so hopefully today we can at least do that. Thanks for the good luck, Pimika Musoda. And thanks for the good luck as well, Canuck. How many sushis can we do if we cook the Water Temple boss fish? I'm not an expert in preparing sushi, so I don't know, but probably a lot. Although most of Morpheal seems like it's made of scales, which I don't think translates to being eaten very well. At least not in sushi. Thanks for the good luck, One True Elahim and Lysair. You finished your file with the kids and they were very excited about the Ganondorf fight and loved the ending. Nice. Glad that your kids enjoyed Twilight Princess. It is a fun game. Oh, very nice. Immediate first try gate clip. Also, thanks for the good luck, DDVX, Weasel, and others. You blame me for the bad sleep you got last night. You can't prove this, is my response. I'll say yes, Link. There are watch streaks now. Oh, come on. I didn't want to stop with Epona like that. Nice rat. Well, thanks for the good luck, Emogilus. Oh, Juniper, thank you for the good luck as well. You're going to dye your hair tonight. Ah. I do hope that you enjoy the outcome of the hair dyeing. Mostly purple with some pink too. I mean, those sound like fun colors. Also, good afternoon, Moogle Knights. Alright, yay, Trill didn't softlock us this time. Because that was a thing that happened yesterday. Oh, hello. Let's go back this way. Really? Man. I shouldn't have tried to push it up against the wall still. What would we do if Trill couldn't kill the Bokos? We would probably just have to do the start of the game normally, if Trill couldn't kill the Bokos. Also, thank you very much, Vinixdev, for the 21 months of Tier 1. Oh, I forgot to split. Thank you very much for the continued support and for the good luck. Thanks for the good luck as well, Undead Emo Royalty. Also, hello, K-Roo, Orange Chef, Britty Kitty, and Complex Milk. Thank you guys for the good luck, too. We can probably make this work. Yeah. Nice. No break slide, though. I didn't realize my health was so low, but I did get hit by a bunch of enemies on my way over to the goats. There is a way to drown the Bokos, yeah, but, we don't exactly know, or at least, like, doing that consistently is not RTA viable, but I guess if it was the only option, there probably would be more research done on it to try and make it RTA viable. At least I've never been able to do it, but I don't know exactly what the precision is, or like where exactly you have to push them to make them drown, but I think it's basically just pushing them into a specific spot, but that spot is like very precise. Oh, hello, Douglas. The full phrase on my shirt is, "Don't forget the marshmallows." Because it is an Outer Wilds shirt. Also, thanks for the good luck, Omega 64. Howard. So thanks for the good luck, Makuya. So the best possible time is, I guess, a combination of two things. It's first a combination of my sum of best segments. So my sum of best segments is just what my time would be if I matched every single one of my best segments for the rest of the run. Or for the entire run, not the rest of the run. But then the best possible time takes like where I currently am in the splits and how far behind my sum of best segments I am, and basically is like a calculation of if I matched my sum of bests for also nice job, Wolflink. But if I matched my sum of bests for the rest of the run from here on out, that's the time that I would get. Although it's not really accurate right now because I skipped splitting for the Bokoblins on accident. But, like, if I had split for the Bokoblins, I think I would have been, like, 5 or 6 seconds behind, so the best possible time would have been, like, 9 or 10 seconds behind where Sum of Best is. But yeah, basically, it's from where we are in the run, if I matched my best segments for the entire rest of the run, that's what the time would be. Also, hello, Nintendo. Happy Thursday to you as well. So thanks for the good luck, Optic Love, and Azeroth. Nice tree. Well, yeah, generally game audio, like, you kind of have to balance game audio so that, like, whatever the loudest part of the game is doesn't potentially, like, overtake the volume of my voice talking. And, like, this part of the game is pretty quiet. In general, because it's a sneaking around at night section. I've never forgotten finishing Blow in Twilight Princess HD, because it's kind of impossible to skip with the routes that this game does, but I definitely missed it at least once or twice. When playing GameCube, or when speedrunning GameCube Twilight Princess. Although now, if a runner forgets finishing Blow and they're doing Poe Gate Skip, they would see that happen at Poe Gate Skip. And they wouldn't make it all the way to the end before realizing that they didn't have it. Also, hello Joshi, thank you very much for the best of luck. Is it even possible to improve for 6 minutes to a run which is already best improved in routing? Well, I do think it's possible for me to get a run that loses less than 6 minutes to my sum of best, yes, for this category. Like, I think it's definitely possible for me to get a run that only loses, like, 1 minute to my sum of best per hour for the course of the run. Which would mean that I'd end up with, nice, having lost, like, 3 minutes and 50 seconds to my sum of best by the end of the run. How does that one bug get shot to the middle of the house? Really? Oh. Okay. Really? Bro. That's a bad Farron Twilight. Already lost 10 seconds, unfortunately. Hello? I must have pressed L in the middle of the dash. Also, thanks for the good luck, Becca Joys. Thanks for the good luck as well, Mad Monk Magic. But yeah, the audio is also one of those things where it's like, I set that a very long time ago, and it's not something that I typically hear normally, because, like, I don't usually watch back the streams or the recordings, generally. And when I do, it sounds fine. So... There's also, like, the different games that I play having sort of different base audio levels. Like, for some reason, GameCube Twilight Princess is much louder than Twilight Princess HD, just in general. So I have to turn the audio down more for GameCube Twilight Princess. Also, thanks for the good luck blow in D3. Also, thank you very much, Mad Monk Magic, for the 2 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the continued support. Ah, nice D3. Was that, with the new Pogate skip as well? Alright, very cool. Yeah, it's nice that, any percent actually gets, like, a new cool time save. Because the Goron Mines kitty climb was just limited to all dungeons, and I guess Goron Mines RTA. Alright, monkey. What? Why are we getting a slow set of swings? Alright, well, that's not a good start for the monkey. Oh. No, come on. Really? I didn't expect the keys to be so close. Yeah, this is, gonna be a slow monkey, unfortunately. By the looks of things. Really? Oh my god. Such a bad monkey. Monkey did more slow swings than normal and noticed all of the enemies. Ugh. Shouldn't have done that fourth roll at the start. Are there any glitches in Twilight Princess that are done just for fun, like Vibruto on OOT? Not that immediately come to mind, I guess. Well, I guess brake sliding. If we brake slide in the Puppet Zelda fight or after goats, that's not necessary, but is done for fun. Well, so the gainer does actually save a very small amount of time, Crystal. So... the gainer is fun, but it is also a little bit necessary. It allows us to get the heart container slightly quicker than we otherwise would be able to. I guess we could hope that the spider goes left. Ow. Ow. Yeah, no. Not gonna be continuing that one. I know, like, we can only throw a nut at one spider at a time. I just threw the nut at the lower spider from, like, the side, so that it would, like, guarantee hitting it. Because if you throw it straight on, sometimes the distance that you throw it at, will instead hit the wall behind the spider first, and, like, not actually kill the spider because the nut will break due to contacting the wall. So conveniently, we can target the higher spider to throw the nut at an angle that will hit the lower spider from the side, and we don't run into the issue of the nut hitting the wall then, unless, like, our sideways angle is off, but that's much less likely to happen. Also, thanks for the good luck, Trippero and Tracking a Snove. Yes, the goal is to get a time that I feel more satisfied with compared to my current time. Be the very best like no one ever was. Well... I don't know if I want to go on a journey where I'm just perpetually 10 years old for, like, 30 years. So I don't think I want to be the very best that no one ever was, quite frankly. too slow. But you also get to retire at 10. I suppose that is true, huh? Once I get the all dungeons PB that I want, then I try to get the any percent PB that I want. Because currently my any percent PB doesn't do Pogate skip, so that's like a 2.5 minute time save that we could potentially go get for any percent. So thanks for the $5 Donut Kid pastry. Always love it when I run Twilight Princess. Sounds like you're in the right place then. Unfortunately, Epona is in the wrong place because I positioned her incorrectly. Thank you very much for your support, Donut Kid Pastry. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think... I know that if the stream is muted and you switch to a different tab on your browser, then the stream gets paused on Twitch. So I would imagine it's probably not counted as a viewer. What you can do, though, is you can mute, or not mute the stream. You can keep the stream going, like the audio playing, but then also mute the specific tab in your browser. And I'm pretty sure that should still count. Man, I can't believe the gate is actually doing its job. Why would the gate do this? Also, thank you very much, Aghast Crane, for the 3 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck as well. Congrats on the yellow badge. Also, thanks for the good luck, TSL Triss. Also, yeah, I decided to keep running TP for longer since I decided I wanted better runs. We'll get one eventually. There we go. No, I was not born in 1986. I was born in 1998. Yeah, the parts of the run that I could potentially save the most time on are pretty much all at the end. I can save like 50 seconds in Palace of Twilight, 50 seconds in Temple of Time, and also like a minute on the very last boss gauntlet segment with a good Puppet Zelda RNG. Alright, Douglas, hope the study things go well. Thanks for the good luck. Thanks, Bakoblin. Also, thank you very much, Washi1337, for the 3 months of Tier 1 as well. Thank you for the good luck, and enjoy the yellow badge. Do appreciate the continued support. So thanks for the good luck, Meanderous Shark. Okay. Really, why am I having so much trouble with this one spot specifically? The past couple days, that first part, I keep on not pushing them quite correctly. Usually the first one. The second one I seem to be fine on, but for some reason the first one is trickier. Or something. Alright. Also, thanks for the good luck, chest slapping Campy. Yeah, so the reason they don't attack is essentially because Link is too close to them. Since Link, or like the attack radius, or not radius, but like the attack area that the Bokoblins check to see if Link is in is like a donut shape around them that has like a hole in the center, and while we're pushing them, we're kind of just inside the donut, more or less. Really? Bro. Oh, that was dumb. I don't know if it was actually faster to do that. It might have been better to just come around again instead of stopping. Also, thanks for the good luck, Brandino. Now you want donuts? Donuts do be very sweet. Was a frame early. So the goats always start in the exact same positions, but the thing that's random about them is how sensitive they are. It's like each one gets assigned like a random sensitivity for like how far away they'll react to Link and how much they'll react to Link. Essentially, so that one that we had an issue with on that last goats that we just did was one that had like extremely low sensitivity to Link being near it. Which is why when we ran past it the first time, it didn't react at all, because we weren't close enough to it. I have a favorite donut. I don't know, maybe just glazed donuts? There a way you can manipulate your cat's AI so she lets you clip her nails? I don't have any experience trying to clip cat nails, so... Not that I'm aware of. My favorite dungeon, both casually and in the speedrun, is Snow Peak Ruins. I think Snow Peak Ruins is very good. Snow Peak really likes me too, it just told you. Oh, I'm glad me and Snow Peak mutually like each other. I'm surprised we didn't get a dash cancel there. Do I like the spinner or ball and chain more? I don't know. I feel like I kind of like them both the same. I wouldn't say I prefer one over the other. Howard. We recently had a maple glazed donut with bacon's topping, and it was absolutely amazing. That does sound like a donut that tastes very good. Yeah, I know what Krispy Kreme is. I don't think I've ever, like, actually bought Krispy Kreme donuts, but I'm aware of the brand and have had them a couple times. Also, hello, Rinukusu. I missed a chance to say Snow Peak is cool and get a pun out of it. I mean, I suppose. My actual thought that I didn't say was that Snow Peak is peak, but that one's of course been said before as well. You live in Germany, so to find a good place for donuts, it's hard to find if you don't live in a really big city. I see. Kako, please. Unfortunately, this segment is not the greatest. The version we are playing is the HD version on the Wii U. Twilight Princess HD, released in 2016. Developed by Tantalus Games. That was developed by you? Oh, sorry, can't be. I didn't realize, my bad. Also, thanks for the good luck, Sardarar. And thanks for the good luck as well, Harune. You think Wii is the best version? I mean, I think, like, all of the versions are pretty similar to each other. Or, like, are basically the exact same gameplay-wise. The biggest difference, obviously, is probably just the mirroring. But really, any version of Twilight Princess is, like, a perfectly fine version to play casually. Also, hello, Apes. Thanks for the good luck. Ah, okay, nice, Campy. I'm glad we'll get the exclusive interview in March. Looking forward to it. retries are we on? I think technically this is, like, try number 6 today, because a lot of them have ended at, like, Gate Clip or Bokoblins. Presumably they mirrored the Wii version because, Nintendo likely thought that most people would use the Wiimote in their right hand, and that maybe in playtesting people found it weird that they would, like, shake the Wiimote in their right hand, but then Link was left-handed in-game when using the sword. So, the easiest way to make Link right-handed is to just mirror the whole game, because in actuality that just means swapping, or multiplying a few numbers by -1 to draw the game mirrored across the screen. Also, thanks for the good luck, Double Brick. Thanks for the good luck as well, Linkont. I believe whatever the next 3D Zelda game is gonna take more cues from, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if that means it'll be, like, completely open world, or if, like, it'll just be strictly not, like, or just not strictly linear. Personally, I'm hoping for something that's kind of like a Link Between Worlds when it comes to linearity. Oh, come on. Frickin' I know, I never did a speedrun of Link Between Worlds. So thanks for the good luck, Kaminioto. Thanks, rat. That's the second time today I've gotten hit by a rat in there. So thanks for the good luck as well, Fastest. Alright, Monkey. Can we be better this time? That would be much appreciated. weird spot for that piece to be in. Oh, come on, monkey. Yes. They're going over. I think we're gonna get another swing cycle, unfortunately. Oh well. So, hello, Nat. Thank you for the good luck. Hope you are doing well today. Thanks for the good luck as well, Lyoko. I'm doing alright. I don't have a very mild headache like I had yesterday, which is nice. You hope specifically Wilfred the Wolfos, whoever that is kind to me today. Also, I'm not going to be able to climb past this spider. I don't know of a Wolfos named Wolfred. Or Wilfred. But I do hope that the early Snow Peak Wolfos is nice. Sorry to hear that you have a headache today. I will try to not pass on the next headache that I have to someone else. Rupee RNG is not it this run so far. Like, we have enough rupees, we'll be fine, but only having 13 right now is definitely less than average. Alright, Lysair, we'll see you later. Hope you have good sleeps, and thank you for the good luck. Are there any glitches or strats using the Uka? There is a way to get Uku stuck on Link's arm, if that's what you're, like, asking about. But as far as, we know for HD, getting Uku stuck to Link's arm is not useful at all. You can use it to push Link around and theoretically clip through some walls. Like, in theory, it is probably possible to do Door of Time Skip and Temple of Time with it, but, I have not been able to figure out a way to actually succeed in doing it. In all of the testing that I tried with it, unfortunately. But thanks for the good luck, Basil. It is also, it's not like something you can actually do, but if it was possible to get, like, regular Uku as a usable item on the overworld, you could actually then get to the desert early if you tried to use overworld Uku in Lake Hylia. Because due to how Uku works, you would then end up bringing up the text that is normally brought up when you show Oru's memo to Fire. I mean, amiibo aren't really needed for speedrunning this game. The use of the amiibo over the whole run saves like 10 seconds at best, currently. Not like the amiibo's out here saving multiple minutes or anything like that. Howard. Really? Nice. Cool snapback. We didn't hang off the ledge, I suppose. I cannot see the retracted message, no. You cannot do long jump attacks with the boomerang on Wii, no. Long jump attacks themselves still do work, but you can't do them specifically with the boomerang, which does limit where you can do them, because the boomerang ones are useful because you can do them anywhere you can throw the boomerang, but on Wii you can only do them with other things you can target. Shout out to Bowser's Fury, which gets entirely rerouted because of Amiibo. Yeah, Skyward Sword HD has some minor rerouting because of the Zelda and Loftwing Amiibo. As the Zelda and Loftwing Amiibo sort of acts like a Farore's Wind kind of thing, where you can set a location on the surface, go to the sky, and then return to that exact point by using the Amiibo again. It doesn't, like, change really what you have to do, but it cuts out, like, 2.5 minutes of flying over the course of the run. The first bomb doesn't blow up the second one when doing Oopless because they're too far away from each other for their explosion radii to affect one another. At least when, like, the second one gets caught at the lower side of the Gale Boomerang, while the first one is on the high side. So thanks for the good luck. Something is not right, but why? I don't plan on doing any N64 Ocarina of Time speedruns now. But we could see some OOT 3D speedruns in the near future, depending on if I feel like it. Since OOT 3D did finally get a much like cleaner Door of Time skip method that can be done with just a sword. You feel like I should play Wind Waker HD. I'm sure I will eventually. You feel like I should play Twilight Princess HD all dungeons speedruns. Oh. Now that's an idea. I think I'll do that next. Thanks, Glubbers. What about Zelda 2 on the SNES? I don't have any plans to speedrun Zelda 2 either, no. I pretty much only do 3D Zeldas, so if it's a 2D Zelda, the answer is pretty much going to be no for the time being. Also, thanks for the good luck tint. Are there any groundbreaking glitches for OOT 3D? I mean, the groundbreaking glitch is the Door of Time skip method that I just mentioned, which I think in theory should help with 100%, but, there's no route that's made for it, or made with it in mind yet, that, like, we know is absolutely faster than the current route that doesn't do Door of Time skip. Or that still does Door of Time skip, but does it way later. Well, I have done 100% speedruns of TPHD, but I stopped doing them like a year ago, because I had been running the category for a very long time and got a time that I thought was good to end with, which was like a 6:57, I think. The main thing that sucks about 100% is that there's a glitch that we have to do, like 2 hours and 45 minutes into the run that we don't understand exactly how it works, so sometimes it just fails, and we don't know why. And sometimes it can just keep failing for like 10 minutes and just ruin your run, which is not very fun. Folks, I think we may have a problem here. Well, it's not a soft lock, at least. Well, that was silly. Do I have a degree? Yes. I have a bachelor's degree in computer science. Hello, Andy Lord. I also hope I don't get soft locked today. I thought I might have just gotten soft locked, but I didn't. Not that it really mattered, because I was probably gonna... because I reset anyway, but... I imagine what happened there is I got grabbed, but then also attacked the Kargarok at the same time, so it sort of canceled the grab, but Wolflink still got attached to the Kargarok anyway. Thanks for the good luck, Kokorona. Thanks for the best of luck as well, Snowy Sparkles. Your kid got your wife and you sick, so today is cozy stream day while you recover. I hope you recover quickly. Kids do indeed just kind of bring around sicknesses. No, I do not work a computer science job. Instead, I stream on Twitch for a living currently, and now YouTube, and upload video content to YouTube as well. Not the fastest gate clip, but we'll take it. Every time Link bonks, you can hear a vague objection. I guess I kinda hear that, if I, like, play back the sound effect in my head. I could technically become a developer for the next Zelda game. I don't think I could. First and foremost, I don't have the Japanese language skills necessary to do something, or necessary to apply for a job at Nintendo. Or the Japanese citizenship, which I assume would also be necessary. I probably also lack the specific kind of CS expertise that they'd be looking for if they were actually hiring for people to join the Zelda team. Hello, Kiwi. The runs are interesting so far, I suppose. None of them have gotten particularly far. I've never considered running low percent or low transforms, no. Oh my goodness. Okay, I guess that works. Really? I'm honestly kind of surprised this guy escaped. Nice. Or rather, I'm surprised that he had the chance to escape before Trill, like, got another hit off on him. No, no, darn it. I hate how on the thin part of the path, you can't, like, go back to the other side of the Boca without also pushing it backwards again. This is definitely going to be a reset, but I'll get rid of this Boko first if I can. What the heck? Bokos are not having it this run. Nice. You were told you can go here to watch neat soft locks. Will I provide neat soft locks? I mean, I hope I don't. I don't want a soft lock, but that has been happening recently, I guess. We've had a soft... Well, no, today we didn't have a soft lock. We just had an extended cutscene that I wasn't anticipating. Also, I don't know why I was expecting the cutscene trigger to be there. If I'm plus 143 entering Argarok, can I do Cool Game? I mean, I could try. I would like to get to Argarok first, though. Yeah, so the number of completed attempts also includes runs that, like, were just completed but weren't PBs. It's basically a number that goes up any time that I split for the last split in the run, more or less. I don't know if this will work. I suppose I actually could have continued with that. But I assumed it had been too long. So thanks for the good luck, MW. Also, hello, Linkmaster. What's up is I'm trying to get past the gate quickly. I should go do Goats 1. No. You not remember this clip? I mean, it's only done in HD speedruns, because speedruns of the original games can use a rock to clip through the gate instead, which is much more consistent and much faster to do, but using the rock to clip through the gate was patched in HD, so we cannot do it. Instead have to use the method that uses Epona. There we go. Yes, we are really playing with the Wii U gamepad. That is, at least in my opinion, the best way to play the game. Also, good afternoon, Boss Lady Trey. Thank you for the good luck. I am doing well today. Yeah, so the gate clip works because as the gate swings back and forth, like, the gate is... Each, like, side of the gate is a separate piece of collision, and when the gate swings back and forth, the, like, collision separates enough that with enough speed, or displacement in this case from opponent pushing us, we can just get pushed through the gate. It does depend on the gate's swinging animation, though, so it doesn't always work, which is why it usually takes multiple bonks to actually get through the gate. So, it's unfortunately not consistent, but thankfully it's right at the beginning of the run, so we can attempt it, or we can reset if we don't get it very quickly, without really too much penalty. Man, that was pretty fast. See if we can not have the Bokos escape from the shop this time. Okay, well. The other Boko being in there is probably going to cause issues, but see if we can make do anyway. If we're lucky, he'll go out of the shop, but he probably won't. Oh wait, he did. Nice. Thank you, other Boko, for exiting the shop. But no thank you for hitting me, please. Okay. My favorite Zelda game is a tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. So thanks for the good luck, Double Brick. We will see you later. The previous run that got somewhere died because I got a weird interaction with the Kargarok in Lake Hylia that caused me to lose like 45 seconds. Oh. Yeah, this is not a great start for the goats. Unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, casually, like, both versions of Skyward Sword are pretty similar. Obviously, the draw of the HD version is not having to use motion controls if you don't want to, but if you're fine with motion controls, then the Wii version will be perfectly fine for playing. Also, yes, Howard is just what we call goats that misbehave during goat herding. Also, before we start the next run, I'm going to take a quick break to just rest hands, and also drink water. Since we've been going for like an hour and 40 minutes, and I haven't really stopped playing the game. You never had issues with motion controls, so you don't understand the Skyward Sword slander. I mean, generally the issue with motion controls is that, like, tracking how an object is moving through 3D space and translating that into an input is... I mean, one, it's obviously much more difficult than just tracking a button press, but, like, if you tell players to swing the Wii Remote downwards, right, there's significantly more possible ways to interpret that instruction and moving the Wiimote through 3D space than there are ways to interpret the instruction, press this button, right? So, like, regardless of how you try to account for players, like, swinging the Wiimote through 3D space, there's always going to be some amount of people that have an interpretation of swinging the Wiimote through 3D space that does not match what you thought players would do. Which is why complex motion controls like that are very hard to make work for, like, even a lot of people to begin with, right? Because, at least as the player, like, what you sort of have to end up doing is adapting to how the game thinks you should swing the Wiimote through 3D space for certain things, right? Because if you adapt to what the game wants, then generally you can get much more consistent results, but having to learn how the game wants you to swing the Wiimote through 3D space is not something that's necessarily intuitive to do, so... That's at least why motion controls don't work for everyone, aside from, like, accessibility issues, obviously. So, hello, McJowery. Alright, let's try again. So thanks for the good luck, Strider Jiren. But then, of course, you also have some problems of, like, generally the Wiimote controls can become uncalibrated if, there's, like, a window nearby that has a lot of sunlight coming in through it. Because sometimes the Wii Remote will pick up on the infrared light that comes in from the sunlight and be like, ooh, I was supposed to look for infrared light, that must be the sensor bar. Which, obviously, is not intended, but, you know. Not a whole lot you can necessarily do about that. Unless you want to completely black out the window. So, like, sometimes the environment that people were playing the game in wasn't ideal, but obviously that's not something Nintendo can control for. Gate Clip is really not being nice to us today. And yeah, the Switch version is nice because you can recalibrate your controls whenever you want. Just with the press of a button. But the Switch controls also do tend to become desynced a lot faster, but that's probably why they allow you to recalibrate whenever you want. But so, like, when speedrunning the game, you essentially just recalibrate before pretty much every action you do to ensure that the controls aren't desynced. So that's kind of another, like, way that you have to adapt to the game by recalibrating it, basically, every single action that you do. Man. Still losing too much time to gate clip. For Skyward Sword HD, the speedrun... Hello, options. The speedrun is optimal on motion controls, because you can only quick charge the bow with motion controls. There isn't a way to quick charge the bow with just button controls, for whatever reason. You also can't do the optimal spiral charge tutorial skip with button controls because you don't have as much freedom of movement when diving with button controls as you do motion controls, and you need that extra freedom of movement to make the spiral charge tutorial skip, or at least the fastest method of it, work. There are other methods you can do that don't require motion controls, but they're not as fast. But thank you very much, Harune, for the 26 months of Tier 1. You appreciate the continued support. But thank you very much for that. And congrats on getting your badge back. So the gate clip is inconsistent because when we bonk into the gate, it doesn't swing the exact same way every time. And for the clip to work, the gate needs to swing a specific way to allow us to get through it. There we go. And the inconsistent gate swing is not caused by RNG, interestingly enough, but the way that the gate swings is determined by how long the current area has been loaded for some reason. It was figured out to not be RNG because like, in testing on emulator at some point, I assume, like, at least I realized this when I did a task of Twilight Princess a long time ago, that, like, the clip would always work on a specific frame, regardless of what the RNG value was. And you could also just kind of notice that the gate would swing consistently depending on which frame you, like, bonked into it on. Just from, like, looking at it frame by frame on different frames. So it's like, okay, so the frame that we bonk into the gate is what actually matters. It's not, like, RNG or anything like that. So thanks for the have luck good fun, Orion. Well, yeah, so the actual execution of the gate clip, like, the inputs that we have to do aren't really precise at all. It's just hoping that we bonk onto the gate on the right frame. Or at one of the interval frames that works. Oh, come on. Get that one. There you go. Really? No, come on. Rifle. That wasn't great. I mean, I don't know if I would really say that, like, the gate itself is jank. Like, the gate works in all other cases. Just this one very specific edge case that we can manage to clip through it, because the collision of it is not, like, trivial to implement, necessarily. Alright, I guess we'll continue if goats really well. Well, now, so the exploit that allows, like, the rot clip to work on the original titles, I'm pretty sure was, like, explicitly patched out in HD. It's basically an exploit where if Link is approaching, like, collision that also has opposite-facing collision on the other side of it that's very close to the collision he's approaching, and he, like, approaches it with enough speed, he can sometimes get, like, pushed to the other side of the collision. Ow, this goat. Because the same exploit also is what causes, like, the floor clips in, or the floor clip in Snow Peak Ruins to work in the original game, because you have the... Nice goat. You have a ceiling that's really close to a floor, so when Link approaches it, the ceiling erroneously, like, takes priority or something. And so he gets pushed through the floor to the other part. It's also what makes the well clip in Kakariko Village that they do in Elden Twilight possible. And it's also what makes the Temple of Time door skip, Door of Time skip possible. So none of those are possible in HD, because assumedly they are all the same edge case that was being handled incorrectly, that was then fixed in HD. So the Bokoblins freeze up when we're pushing them, because essentially we're too close to them for them to think they can attack us, because the attack range that like they use to determine if they should attack Link is like a donut around them. And when we push the Bokoblins, we are inside the donut, so the Bokos don't think that we are in range to be able to attack us. Well, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be finding Back in Time in either this game or Wind Waker HD, or Skyward Sword HD. Because, at least in Twilight Princess HD and Skyward Sword HD, Back in Time was explicitly patched, despite it not being possible to perform Back in Time regardless, since there's no way to soft reset the game whenever we want. So thanks for the good luck, PSP and Busy Sensei. There we go. Because, like, one of the things that they did is, like, even if you use hacking to, like, trigger Back in Time in Twilight Princess HD, you just can't move on the title screen at all. Like, the control sticks just don't do anything. And Link just stands there. Which means you can't do any of the useful stuff that you would want to do with Back in Time anyway. Back in Time is very cool, though. That is true. How do I get the input display on a Wii U? It's a homebrew program that I'm not sure is linked anywhere except for Twilight Princess Speedrunning Discord. It was originally made for, like, input display on Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD, but I think it theoretically works with any Wii U game. It only captures gamepad inputs, though, so it doesn't work with Pro Controller. But essentially, the homebrew program runs and sends the input data over your local connection to then be displayed on your computer. So it does require your Wii U to be connected to your router. Also, yeah, no, this is a live stream. I am streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Okay, sure. No, stop it. That was weird to try and navigate with where their positions went, but thankfully it seems to have worked out fine. Okay. I mean, yeah, there are usually, a bunch of questions that get asked pretty frequently in streams. The most common one is usually, what's my favorite Zelda game? Or people asking me what my favorite Zelda game is. You have an important question about Bokos. Can I answer an important question about the Bokos? Maybe. Depends on if I know the answer or not. Have I ever read any of the mangas for the Zelda games? Yes. I read all of the ones that were available when I was younger. The one that I know that I haven't read is Twilight Princess. Nice. Do a break slide in with the goats. Do we Boko push in TPHD 5 heart pieces? Yes, we do. Historically, my favorite Zelda game to run has been Wind Waker HD, but I haven't actually run Wind Waker HD in a while. So thank you very much, Lovey Kina, for the 64 months of Tier 1. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you very much for the continued support. Also, yes, I do believe the Twilight Princess manga finished. What would I say is the biggest challenge one has to overcome when changing from the original TP to the HD version? If you mean, like, specifically for speedrunning, it would probably be getting used to the 3-frame delay on dashing and rolling, as well as Link having a much tighter turning radius than he does in the original game. As well as the camera being different in a bunch of places, because, like, Twilight Princess HD has a more, like, controllable free cam compared to GameCube Twilight Princess. Okay, very nice. I guess those specifics are also true if you're going from Wii to HD. I mean, Wii doesn't have a free cam, but, I guess the other thing you have to get used to is the fact that HD doesn't have notches. So if you want to run forwards, you do have to actually hold relatively straight forward. Or use the free cam to direct where Link is running. So thanks for the good luck, Evil Knievel. Is Howard Midna's husband? I don't think so. I don't think Midna has a husband. Last I checked, at least. Variety says hi. Well, hello, Variety. You can tell Variety that I am still unable to play Valorant. For whatever reason. Which is probably a blessing. I think Midna and Zelda should marry for the benefit of their joined kingdoms. I mean, I don't know if that would be practical, considering that the Mirror of Twilight was destroyed. So I don't know how they would see each other again, or how their kingdoms would interact again in that case. Maximum unoptability, or unoptimal RNG, both from the Cucko being too close and from Russell being in a bad spot. Play Marvel Rivals. I did play Marvel Rivals a bit when it came out, and I thought it was decent fun. I mean, like, the reason I haven't played Marvel Rivals since then is because none of my friends play it, so I don't have a reason to play it if none of my friends are playing it. Man, we actually saved time. You didn't expect me to be the type to enjoy those games? I mean, I only started playing them because I had friends who played them, and, like... So, like, I've played Overwatch, Valorant, and, like, Marvel Rivals with friends before. The only one of those that I, like, ever enjoyed on my own for a little bit was Overwatch, and that was back in, like, 2016 and 2017. But since then, I've only ever played those games, like, if friends want to play them, and not otherwise. Howard. When Overwatch first came out, my main was Hanzo. But, once Moira came out, I pretty much became a Moira main because I was like, wow, I don't have to aim with this character. This is great. My bug still keeps going to the center of the room when I don't want it to. What's my favorite non-Zelda game of all time? My favorite non-Zelda game is Outer Wilds, which is also my favorite game of all time, period. Outer Wilds is very good. I'm even wearing an Outer Wilds shirt right now. No, I don't want to speedrun Outer Wilds. I played Outer Wilds on Archipelago a couple times, though, and it's fun to play in Archipelago. I don't like this. Yeah, that's why. That was stupid. Yippee. Hello. Are you serious? Bro. I'm sad. It was going to be a good, fair, and Twilight split, and then that happened. I've never had that specific Shadow Beast be in a bad spot like that, or like have a bad facing angle like that. At least since I tried doing the setup where I get all three of them at once. Ah, yeah, I played ranked in Overwatch. I hear that Super Mario Sunshine got a randomizer. I don't think I heard about this, but that's, I guess, not surprising. I'm pretty sure Super Mario 64 has had a randomizer for a while. It would make sense that eventually other 3D Mario games would get one. Oh, come on. Also, hello, Haru Kakil. Darn it. Slow start again. Where is the keys? I intentionally collect this one to try to push the monkey more forward slightly. Darn it, that's what I was trying to avoid. And yeah, now we're still gonna get the extra cycle. This was supposed to be the last one, but it only would have worked if the monkey hadn't noticed the baba. I think the highest rank I got in Overwatch was Diamond. In like 2018, I think. So, hello, Red Ninja. your first time catching someone live on Twitch? Well, welcome on in. I try to speedrun Zelda games and sometimes go fast. And I'm still sad about the Shadow Beasts. Shadow Beast fight also would have been fine if I had just targeted them in a slightly different order. But Link had to try to go to the really far one first, which wasn't going to work. Can probably make this work. Really? The spider noticed us? Don't know if that was actually any faster, but it probably wasn't any slower. I don't know, the Midna charge attack is the exact same as it is in GameCube. At least as far as I can tell. I haven't noticed any differences with it. Did I play Overwatch 2 when that came out in 2021? I did play it for a few days, yes. Because a lot of my friends also wanted to play it for a few days. That almost did not work. One, two. Alright. Starting off with 2, that's good. I'm not sure what happened there. Baba looked like it got weirdly stuck on me. I might want to go look back at that. You sort of want to try the bridge skip in your own game just for fun? Yeah, I mean, it's not too difficult. And, like, you can retry it, like, as many times as you want. I don't know what my favorite mini-boss in Twilight Princess is, because they're all pretty good. Ook is definitely a fan favorite. But, like, Death Sword is pretty good. Deku Toad is interesting. Dangoro is also interesting. Yeah, Dark Hammer is also pretty good. Capitalists have once again kidnapped you. But thankfully you stole their money. Thank you for the 100 bits, Bacon. And for the best of luck. The best of luck, if my voice can say the word of. I hope that the capitalists don't keep you captured for too long. So hello, Mega Man Tom. It goes alright. This run has mostly been good, except for an interesting Shadow Beast fight during Fair and Twilight. Also nice. Alright. Pretty good segment. What number run is this? Today... I don't remember what number we started at. I think we started today at 345, and this is 363, so... Technically this is attempt 18, but most attempts don't make it past, like, the first 90 seconds, because we reset quite a lot of them to gate click today, so... A lot of those attempts didn't last very long. How hard is it to learn Quick Diababa Fight on a scale from 1 to 10? As far as learning it goes, probably like a 4 or 5. Like, there isn't really any individual part of it that's, like, precise. It's just knowing what, like, inputs and movements to do, really. Because, like, you can get it pretty consistently. As long as you know the movements and inputs and, like, where to stand at each part. Gate Clip in HD allows us to skip having to do the first 2 days of Orden Village. So that's like where we herd the goats for the first time, and then get the fishing rod, and then buy the slingshot, and then, like, learn how to use the slingshot, and wooden sword, and all that. Because we can essentially skip straight to just saving Talo and the monkey, which saves like 5 minutes. Also, I hope you're doing well, Spike. Oh, this bomb skit. Okay. Thankfully, the bomb skit did not hit me. Also, thanks for the good luck hormone. Oh yeah, I'm glad I was able to make it to the second half of the GDQ week also. I never really actually felt bad. I was pretty much completely asymptomatic while I was sick, so I was just kind of chilling in a room for like 6 days. While continuing to test positive for COVID. I'll say yes, Hyra. The boomerang tricks in this game are very cool. They are very fun to perform. One time you caught it, it was awful. Yeah, it was interesting to me because the 2 previous times that I had COVID, I also felt pretty awful. So, I guess whatever variant I got wasn't particularly hard for my body to handle. Or at least didn't cause me to feel really any symptoms at all. Is English actually the fastest text for this run? So we don't actually know which text is the fastest, because pretty much all of the text is instant. I did a few runs on Japanese once, but a sort of rough timing comparison after the fact seemed to show that Japanese actually lost 2 seconds over English, and this game isn't played so much that like people are looking to see which language is the fastest, because whichever language is the fastest probably only saves like a couple seconds at best over English, so it's not something that anyone's really too worried about. Well, so French is a bit unique for the original game, because there's actually a bug in the French text of the original game, specifically on the PAL version, that allows you to fix the city in the Sky Cannon without actually having to collect any rupees. So if you play on French for like the GameCube version, you don't have to worry about collecting rupees. But the sequence to actually fix the cannon does take longer, because originally, or because I believe the sequence requires you to first get rejected from being able to fix it, and then just go back and ask to fix it again, and it'll just then get fixed. So French does have an advantage because of that, but it is overall 2 seconds slower compared to the fastest option for GameCube, I think. Also, thank you very much, Dolman, for the 4 months of Prime. Thank you for the continued support. Glad you enjoy the content. Oops, wait a minute, I messed up that timing, but this should still be fine. Okay, yeah. We still made it out of bounds, we're good. Isn't language usually one of the last optimizations in Zelda? So it kind of depends. Like, if it's clear that language choice doesn't matter, it usually becomes a pretty much an afterthought. Like, it's also an afterthought for Skyward Sword HD, where every single piece of text is quick text as well. I think someone timed all of the text on Skyloft that you go through, and it came out that Italian was, like, a quarter of a second faster than English. Or something like that for Skyward Sword HD. But like for older games, where the text speed was not instant, usually like playing on Japanese ended up saving multiple minutes over playing on English, and so that was it was a much more obvious optimization to make in that sense. Because, yeah, like, for Wind Waker and for Ocarina of Time, and, like, for Skyward Sword on the Wii, the Japanese text saves, like, a very significant amount of time over the course of the whole run. Because, like, the really old Skyward Sword any percent route, like, back before we could do all of the back-in-time skips that we have now, the Japanese text saved 17 minutes over English text. English did, of course, have a unique 5-minute time save with the cistern clip glitch, but that wasn't enough to offset the 17 minutes saved by the Japanese language, unfortunately. Why was Italian used in Wind Waker at some point? So Italian used to be used in low percent Wind Waker speedruns, because before Barrier Skip, the Japanese version actually had to collect 3 extra items compared to what you had to collect on either NTSC or PAL. And so out of all of the non-Japanese languages for Wind Waker, Italian was the fastest, and so you would run low percent on Italian for that reason. Why do we end up on the bridge there? Oh, if you're talking about after the gate clip, we end up on the bridge there because you're not supposed to approach that cutscene trigger from that side, but the cutscene trigger for being on that bridge is, like, stupidly massive. So we could trigger it from, like, a half-mile away, or basically. Because you're not supposed to be able to get through that gate, obviously, so I guess they just didn't care about how big the trigger was from the other side. So the Japanese version of Wind Waker is, like, in some spots, fairly different from the, like, international releases. Because originally, for the Triforce quest on the Japanese version, the Golden Gunboat, which in all other versions of Wind Waker just drops a Triforce chart, instead dropped a treasure chart, which then led to another treasure chart, which then led to another treasure chart, which then finally led to the Triforce chart that you needed. Which is why the JP version required 3 extra items, since you had to get those 3 extra charts to complete the Triforce quest. There are also some other differences, like the JP version of the original Wind Waker has a heart piece under Grandma's house instead of 100 rupees. And for the international releases, that heart piece was moved to the last floor of Savage Labyrinth, on floor 50. Whereas in the original Japanese version, the reward at the end of Savage Labyrinth is a yellow rupee. That the devs kind of acknowledge in-game is a troll attempt by them, because the text for the yellow rupee says, "You got a yellow rupee." Wait, that's it? Question mark? Exactly, not too shabby. Also, thanks for the good luck, Fox. Hope that you are doing well. Oh, come on. There we go. That tier was like, hold up, I need to wait to be collected. Oh yeah, so, like, Japanese Wind Waker is a different game version. Like, you know, like a version 1.0 to the 1.1 or, like, 1.2 that English and PAL are, for instance, for Wind Waker. Like, that is the only Japanese version that exists. Also, thanks for the raid, 7 Hornet. Hope that the stream was good. Welcome to Elden Twilight. Or hopefully I can hold straight forward with no notches eventually. I say HD across all 3 eliminated the worst tiers. For Elden Twilight, I would say probably, but for the other Twilights, for Farron and Lanayru, not really. Like, the ones that were removed in Farron basically don't matter. The ones that were removed in Lanayru also don't really matter, but the ones removed in Elden do, like, actually save quite a bit of time. This is not a great position to be in. No. I don't trust that. Okay. Oh, the card rock is coming down. Oh. I should have lured the Kargarok further away. And now I am sad. Oh, nice, Fox. Sounds like excellent news. Hog. Why did they bother changing stuff across different game releases? I imagine because, like... So at least, like, at the time that Wind Waker came out, right? Like, early 2000s, it would usually be quite a long time between, like, the, say, Japanese release of a game from Nintendo and the international releases, right? Also, that was, unfortunately, too much time lost, so we will retry again. We'll also retry after I rest my hands for a second. But, so, like, usually there would be, like, you know, a 6-month gap, like in Wind Waker's case, between when the Japanese game was released and when the international releases would happen. So, in that time, the developers would usually still be fixing bugs and changing things. So, like, there are some JP-only glitches in the original Wind Waker, like being able to do barrier cutscene skip when you break the barrier is JP only. At least that's the first one that comes to mind. There's probably other stuff I'm not thinking of. But, like, also, when you're sailing around the world, islands tend to load faster on the international releases, whereas they load slower as you approach them on the Japanese version, so there was, like, some memory optimization that they did to help the islands load faster. Oh, also the actor unloading glitch that we originally used for barrier skip in Wind Waker, in GameCube Wind Waker, was, or is JP only. So they fixed a memory leak in the English, or in the NTSC and PAL releases for original Wind Waker as well. But yeah, it is true that nowadays, like, there is generally just one version of a game that then has, like, all of the language options built into it, basically. But a couple decades ago, that was not the case. Alright, and Mince. We'll see you later. Thank you for the good luck. Do speedrunners find glitches ourselves, or some code expert looks at the game and finds vulnerabilities? I mean, pretty much glitches are found by speedrunners, or at least people interested in speedrunning. Occasionally, someone playing the game casually might accidentally stumble upon something that's useful for speedruns, but for the most part, it's like speedrunners or glitch hunters interested in speedruns that are finding the glitches. You don't tend to find very many glitches just by directly looking at code, but that's also because most games aren't decomped to the point where you can really get an abstract, higher-level view of things by looking at code. Since most games, at least like Nintendo games for instance, only ship with the compiled assembly for the game, which on its own doesn't tend to give you a very like comprehensive look at things, since it's all assembly code that doesn't have any symbols in it. Other than like maybe like strings and stuff, but even then you have to do a fair amount of reverse engineering before anything really makes sense. And also just like having general knowledge about how games work just in an abstract sense, can be helpful for finding glitches, right? Like, understanding that, like, clipping through the world geometry tends to happen where, like, the geometry is very weird, or you have, like, an edge case that collision detection might not properly get, and being able to, like, look out for those spots is usually, like, how you can find various ways to clip through world geometry. Or you can just bonk into a gate endlessly and hope you clip through like that. Having memory viewers for, like, older games is also very useful. That's how reverse bit magic was found in Skyward Sword, because I was able to actively look at scene flag memory as I was playing the game and realized what had happened by looking at the memory. That's true. The scientific method also does, is, like, a very valid way to approach glitch hunting. Be like, I want to know what happens if, like, we do this interaction, because I hypothesize that something weird will happen, right? Because I don't know if the game actually expects or was created with this specific kind of interaction in mind, right? So, for example, right, like, at the beginning of this run, where we're, you know, someone had to figure out that, like, we could kill the Bokoblins by having Trill attack them, right? The thought process was probably something like, well, the Bokoblins can't attack each other, right, so there's no friendly fire, but Trill can attack Link, so could Trill potentially attack the Bokoblins if we can get the Bokoblins over to him? And the answer is yes. Because the friendly fire does not account for Trill's hurt box hitting the Bokoblins. Also, yeah, for playing this game, I'm using the Wii U gamepad, because the only supported controllers for this game officially are the Wii U gamepad and the Wii U Pro controller. So here's the gamepad. So back in time specifically, in Twilight Princess was discovered by accident. Because what back in time is resetting the game on a specific frame of voiding out. So the way it was discovered is someone was practicing Arbiter's Grounds, like for just practicing the speedrun early on after the game came out. And they accidentally drowned in the quicksand, and were like, alright, well, I'm gonna reset my save file so I can practice that again without drowning in the quicksand. And they just so happened to pull up the Wii menu on the correct frame and hit the reset button on the exact frame that you need to trigger back in time. And then they plopped onto the title screen and were like, huh, this is weird. Why do I have control of Link on the title screen? And the same thing also happened with Skyward Sword on the Wii, where you trigger back in time on a game over by clicking continue and then resetting. Someone was practicing the Sandship mini-boss fight against Skirvo, and they accidentally died to Skirvo. And they were like, you know, after they died, they hit continue, but then thought, oh wait, it'll be faster for me to reset instead of just hitting continue. So They hit continue and then immediately hit reset, which triggers back in time in Skyward Sword. Oh well. Now... Ugh, once again, having issues with this part specifically. Whoa, no, stop. Always the first Bokoblin. The second one always seems fine, but the first one I'm having a lot of trouble with today. I don't know if I'll continue this one. Is the speedrun community still trying to find a solution for barrier skip to this game? I mean, generally if people in the speedrun community have ideas for things to try, we do try them, yeah. Like, I don't think there's anybody actively, like, testing an idea at this very moment, but, like... if someone has an idea, they will probably test it. Yeah, I think it's a little too slow, unfortunately. So thanks for the good luck, Phantom. I also hope I get the boomerang before Hidden Village. That would be nice. Did you guys actually end up finishing that seed, Phantom, or did you guys just go to bed? Is the Wii U Pro Controller really that bad? No, I don't think the Wii U Pro Controller is bad. Although I personally have a lot of trouble holding forward on it due to, like, how the sticks are placed on the controller. That's probably something I would just get better at with time if I used it more, but I definitely am much more used to the gamepad than I am the Wii U Pro Controller. Oh, nice. Second try. Oh, go mode was enough. Yeah, when Glubbers sent me the spoiler log for that one, I was like, they're gonna be here for a while. How do I handle frustration after a failed attempt? I mean... if an attempt fails, I can just try again. Like, there's nothing stopping me from just resetting the timer and starting another attempt. Especially if the attempt is early on, like... you know, if an attempt dies before Lake Bed Temple in this game, for me, I don't really care at all, because, like, we weren't even, you know, a third of the way through the run at that point. I would definitely, like, specifically for Twilight Princess HD, I would be like, I'm more frustrated when I lose runs that are past the hard tricks. Like, if I lose a run past early Snow Peak or past Pogate Skip, that's more frustrating to me because that means that I was able to get the hard tricks, but then I failed something that is easier, or just got, like, really bad RNG or something. Do I prefer Xbox or PlayStation controller stick placement? I don't remember when the last time I used either an Xbox or a PlayStation controller was, so... I prefer Nintendo Switch Pro controller placement, because that's a modern controller that I actually use. Also, Asher, I think I might have missed your question. What was the question? Alright, let's not fail pushing the first Boko this time. There we go. Hockey skates or figure skates? I don't think I've... No, I guess I've technically gone figure skating, I think, before. I've gone to a skating rink once in my life. Also, hello. Why did you hit me? That does not normally happen. Alright, well, the other Boko has decided to stay in the shop, so this complicates things for us. Okay. Thankfully, he decided to leave, so we're good. So I guess if I had to choose, it would be figure skates, because I think I've technically used them before. What age did I go skating? I think I was like 9 or 10, probably. Oh, I don't like where that one goat faced. Yeah, that goat's in a really awkward spot. Ah, okay, we can still work with this. Yeah. Not the greatest goats, but... we can continue. That Gymnast 86 guy that has the world record must be good. Hopefully I beat him. Ah, yeah. Someone could probably knock that guy down a peg or two. I'll show him who's really good at Twilight Princess HD. Oh, I didn't get a roll there. I must have held A too late? I don't know. He bought what he needed, so there was no reason to stay. Ah, I see. He was bartering for the red potion the whole time, yeah. Do I like Nutella? I don't remember the last time I had Nutella, but I think I enjoyed it the last time I had it. Was I able to do backflips while ice skating? No, I think my one attempt at ice skating, was mostly me not moving very fast and falling over a lot. What I do actually remember about the one time that I went to a skating rink was that either someone overrode the machine that dispensed hot chocolate and coffee, and so it would just dispense hot chocolate for free. And everyone was like, yo, free hot chocolate. And so I got free hot chocolate. Streaming to YouTube is something that I only started doing this month after I got back from GDQ. I want to go ice skating in Florida. I mean, I suppose we could go ice skating in Florida, sure. Please do not attack me. Well, I got attacked. I mean, being on a quarter heart now doesn't really matter. Because when we start doing the Twilight section, we'll get healed by each tier we collect. What prompted the YouTube streams was me noticing that Bewildebeest began streaming to YouTube and seemed to be having a lot of success with it, so I figured that if there didn't seem to really be any downsides to it, especially since Twitch got rid of their exclusivity clause in their partner contracts now, why not also stream to YouTube to just get more viewership? Nice jump. Yeah, that's why a lot of, like, a lot more people have adopted multi-streaming lately. I forget when exactly Twitch got rid of it. I think it was like a year and a half ago or something. They have a way to automate setting up the YouTube stream. I mean, as far as like title and description goes, like I still have to modify those separately on Twitch and YouTube, but like as far as actually doing the stream, once I set up like the once I set up like the YouTube stream key and everything, like it's just one extra button press to start streaming to YouTube. Does it clutter up my YouTube videos at all? So, like, if you click on the videos tab on my YouTube channel, live streams don't show up under there. They show up under the live tab, which shows, like, all past live streams. But I think, like, because the YouTube algorithm is the YouTube algorithm, like, YouTube tries, like, suggesting past streams to some people, which, like, I kind of wish I could turn off, but I'm not sure there's a way I can specifically do that unless I want to unlist the stream. But as far as, like, the actual videos go, no. Also, yes, we are streaming to YouTube right now. If I didn't stream on YouTube, you would be crying. Oh, well. People would have been streaming on YouTube a lot earlier if Twitch didn't have the exclusivity clause in their contract, which, from what I've heard, if something like that was actually challenged in court, it probably wouldn't have been upheld, but I'm obviously not a lawyer, so I don't know if that was actually true, but that's what I heard the general consensus was. Also, thanks for the good luck, I'm Totson. Also, thanks for the good luck, little punk. So thanks for the good luck as well, the 1 star. You think Twitch is better than YouTube? I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like, I mean, obviously having the opinion that either platform is better is fair. But, like, Twitch definitely has, like, a very unique kind of, like, culture around it that isn't really something that YouTube can just, like, create overnight. So, nice. Yeah, that's true. If you have YouTube Premium, I can definitely see the YouTube streams just automatically being better by virtue of no ads. Twitch does offer like a similar service called Twitch Turbo, where if you pay like, I think it's $12 a month, you don't get ads anywhere on Twitch. And anywhere that you would get an ad, like, the the streamer still gets money as if you had watched the ad that you would have gotten. I mean, I imagine a lot of that wafer link is probably just dependent on, like, the individual streamer or the individual content, but, like, there probably are, like, because YouTube has a significantly bigger user base than Twitch does, that also probably just means that there are, like, also significantly more kids on YouTube that probably end up hopping into live streams and such, which probably doesn't happen as much on Twitch, but... There are two very separated tiers. That's true. For most people, I can see YouTube Premium being the better deal compared to Twitch Turbo. Like, it would really just depend on, you know, what site you spend most of your time on, probably. YouTube Premium does a family plan for $26 a month. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. How many people can fit onto a family plan for YouTube Premium? Five or six? Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good deal then. If I streamed on Twitch, you would be crying? Well, I've got some bad news for you. I am currently streaming on Twitch. My condolences for your waterworks. Every time I reset a run, it rewinds back to December 31st. Please complete the run so you can live normally again, K, thanks. I mean, I completed a run, like, a couple days ago. Guess maybe that wasn't good enough. Where is the keys? Or over here. Oh, really? We got a slow swing? Why did we get slow swings there? And here? Come on. Monkey, what are we doing? about an average monkey, but we also got the blue ruby text out of the way, so that should hopefully be nice. How was I first introduced to Zelda games? I was first introduced to Zelda games when I got a Wii for Christmas in 2009. And my sister borrowed a copy of Twilight Princess from one of our cousins. Who had the game. Because I think my sister, like, looked up, like good Wii games or something, and Twilight Princess was one of the first Google results in 2009. So she borrowed it from our cousin and started playing it, and I watched her, like, play the first few hours of it, and I was like, wow, this looks like fun. I want to play that too. Your hands are purple from hair dye. This makes sense. When's harp cancel? Well, I'm not sure where to get the harp in Twilight Princess, so I'm not sure when harp cancel in Twilight Princess is gonna be. How did my sister do with goats? I do not remember. Oh. No, seriously? Wow, this is stupid. Thanks, targeting system. Really? Alright. Can we climb up between both spiders? Probably not. Ow. It's so stupid you can't jump slash the spider from here. But the spider can hit you, despite the fact that you can't hit the spider. What a weird day for runs this has been. We'll take another break and then probably do our last attempt or so. Oh, nice, Wiggy Bee. Yeah, I mean, once I had finished Twilight Princess, I immediately tried to get other Zelda games if I was able to. My second Zelda game was actually Spirit Tracks. And then at some point, after that, I managed to get a copy of the Zelda Collector's Edition for GameCube. which got me Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Your first was Wind Waker, and your grandma got it for you, so you always associated in-game grandma with her. Aw, that's sweet. That's a wholesome introduction to The Legend of Zelda. No, so the GameCube Collector's Edition I had was the one with Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Zelda 1, and Zelda 2. It didn't have Master Quest Ocarina of Time on it. Oh yeah, and it also had the 20-minute Wind Waker demo as well. Yeah, I did hear that there was a direct rumored for, like, early February. We'll see if that happens or not. Nice. The Zelda anniversary, you just want Twilight Princess HD on Switch. There are quite a few other people who also share this sentiment. A lot of people want Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD on Switch. Nice. We will see what is in store for us. Oh, hello? I'm honestly very surprised that didn't burn the web somehow. I mean, yeah, a pretty likely option is that Twilight Princess could be added to the GameCube NSO service on Switch 2. And the GameCube NSO service, at least for Wind Waker, did have pretty bad delay when it first came out. It's been reduced pretty significantly, though, so it's not as bad now. It does still exist, though, but, like, in my opinion, Wind Waker on GameCube NSO has gone from basically unplayable with the amount of delay that was perceived to becoming tolerable with the current amount of delay that's perceived. You remember the TV commercial for the game showed Link jump slashing through a wooden barrier in DRC and you thought it was so cool. I mean, yeah. Wind Waker's, like, enemy interactions were pretty good for the time, I felt like. Granted, I didn't experience the game back when it came out, but, like, the jump from Ocarina of Time to Wind Waker as far as, like, enemy interactions went was, like, seems like a pretty big jump, especially with being able to, like, pick up enemy weapons and whatnot. And also the fact that the enemies can actually hurt each other with friendly fire. Alright. The Bokoblin stops fighting back because we are essentially too close to it. So we're inside the range that the Bokoblin is programmed to try and attack Link at. So because we're not in the range, we simply do not get attacked while we're still pushing the Bokoblin. The moment we stop pushing the Bokoblin, though, he immediately tries to attack us. I don't like where that one goat went. Yeah. We might still be able to make this work, but it's gonna be awkward. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. Got this guy over here. Yeah, these two guys over here. Nah, I'm greedy. I'm gonna reset. Could we have continued that? Yes. Would we have then been plus 10 seconds at Enter Fair and Twilight? Also probably yes. But I'm greedy and want better goats. How difficult is that trick on a scale of 1 to 10? Boko pushing... I mean, I guess you can, like, you don't have to do the, like, non-targeted pushing like I do, even though that is faster. With targeting, I would probably say it's, like, a 6 or a 7. Doing the untargeted pushing well is probably, like, an 8, though. Oh, no, I said 6, 7, you're right. Well, that's it. I guess I'm done for. I will never recover again. This is such a tragedy. So thanks for the raid variety. You are not hat stealers. Did somebody accuse you of being hat stealers? Oh, well, Pumpkin is a hat stealer. I see. Well, thankfully, I don't have a hat to give Pumpkin, so I'm safe. Thanks for the good luck in the 7 bits variety. I don't know why I said that with the same cadence as, like, Snow White and the 7 Dwarves. But thank you for the 7 bits anyway. Is restarting a way of life for me? I suppose in some sense, because I restart speedruns a lot, yes, but I don't tend to restart things if I am not speedrunning in the same way that I restart when speedrunning. Considering how that trick can end a run, why is the gate not a split? I mean, I don't necessarily split just because, like, a hard trick has happened. I tend to focus my splits more on, like, when a significant thing has happened in-game. Like, we've beaten a dungeon, or we've gotten another item to add to our inventory. I also feel like splitting for gate clip is, like, too soon of a split. Like, I don't want my first split to be, like, a minute into the run. Though, I do think it's valid if somebody wants to separate out gate clip as a segment. But I personally would prefer my first split to be, like, at least 5 minutes into the run most of the time. Ah, yes, we need our Get Out of Bed segment and Navi Talks to Us segment in Ocarina of Time. Well, actually, I don't think those would be segments anymore, because Ocarina of Time speedruns don't count the intro. Anymore as part of the run timing. Oh, come on. Okay. I'm surprised that left Boko didn't hit that last wooden support on the cage. OOT should have a category that's only the intro. Well, you'd probably have quite a few tied world records for it, since doing the intro fast is basically just seeing who can get frame-perfect text throughout the whole intro, which is most people. Not the best Bokos, but we can continue with it. The task for Boko pushing roll pushes the Bokos the whole time, instead of having to, like, target them. It also does the drowning tech that, for some reason, is possible to do, that at least I don't entirely understand, but if you push the Bokos into a certain spot, they will just drown. And that's faster to do in a task than, what the heck? How is that guy all the way over there? What happened? I am so confused. Alright, well, back to the gate. Also, hey, Supersonic, thanks for the good luck. And thanks for the good luck as well, Sir Genjo. We'll see you later. Ah, nice. Only 2 attempts at a bonk that time. You loved Back to the Gate starring Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd? Me too. I liked the part where they parked the horse by the gate and then clipped through the gate by bonking into it repeatedly. I'm actually surprised I got that roll off. I thought that was going to be too far forward. Also, thanks for the good luck D game, Father. Sideways slash is gonna hit me. Darn it. How will I ever recover these lost frames? That second Boko is a little too far back, so he wasn't going to try and attack, because we were too far away. Love the unnecessary second attack. Okay. Yeah, it is kind of amazing that being able to push the Bokos into the shop and get rid of them is relatively consistent. It makes for a fun start to the speedrun. Hey. Push him. No, darn it, they didn't. Really? This one goat? Sir, you need to get back to the pen. This would have been such a good goats, but that guy had to ruin it. Why must the goats do this to me? Thanks, Howard. Best possible time is higher than sum of best because best possible time is essentially like, with where I am in the run, if I played to my sum of best segments for the rest of the run, that's the time that I would get. So it can also, like, the difference between best possible time and sum of best segments is how much time I've lost to my sum of best segments throughout the run currently, is another way to think about it. So the reason at that point it was behind Sum of Best is because I had already split for the Bokoblins, and I had lost time to my Sum of Best on the Bokoblins. So I don't think I set up Epona correctly here. Oh, no, we did. Okay. Glad to finally make it to one of my streams. Nice. And welcome to the stream. Where sometimes we go fast, and sometimes we reset the first 10 minutes repeatedly. Because the first 10 minutes of this game are pretty reset heavy. Can you save a few frames by walking towards the exit of the shop while the parrot is starting the last hit? So, the only thing that matters is how fast we can kill the Bokoblins. It doesn't matter, like, where Link is specifically while the Bokoblins are dying. The only reason we, like, exit the shop is because we don't want to take any unnecessary extra damage from Trill. So we exit the shop just to make sure that he doesn't, like, get more damage on us while the Bokoblin is dying. It doesn't matter where we actually are. Like, the cutscene will automatically start once both of the Bokos are dead. Oh, for the first one. I mean, yeah, generally, like, I go to the exit after the first one gets the last hit as fast as I can. Like, once I see the last hit on the first one end, I turn around and go back out. So thanks for the good luck, Azulon. Yeah, the reason we run in a little circle after burning the web is to build up speed for the rolls, because your roll speed somewhat depends on what your current movement speed is. And it'll be faster if you have movement speed versus if you do it from not having any movement speed. Kind of surprised the guy on the left wasn't close enough to try attacking me. Where his position was. And so, like, there I didn't start immediately moving towards the exit while the Boko was dying, because I also got hit by Trill and was in the animation where I get stunned for, like, a small amount of time first. But I was trying to move to the exit of the shop. Come on. There you go. That time was kind of slow. Thanks for the good luck, Darkham Wellesley. So thanks for the good luck as well, Shankshaw. Yeah, the Bocos is a little bit of a miracle that they don't try to hit us while we're pushing them. Otherwise, pushing the Bocos would be significantly more time-consuming and probably inconsistent. Seriously? Oh my goodness. No. Goats, why would we do this? I just want to have good goats. Alright, I'll take another short break and then we'll try again. I'm streaming for 4 hours and I've only gotten one run that actually got... No, I got 2 runs past Forest Temple. But yeah, normally we get a run that's like... We at least get 1 run to like Master Sword, but... That has not happened today. You had a crush on the guy that we just talked to in the woods as a kid, and now you just think he looks weird. Well, I mean... I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Also, thanks for the best of luck, Seclundo. Yeah, pushing the Bocos also works on GameCube. It's what the GameCube No Save and Quit speedrun does. Because in No Save and Quit, you can't do back in time to start the run. The HD version, it's a little strange. It's kind of like something of a weird combination between GameCube and Wii. Like, the way that Link stands, or like the way that Link interacts with ledges while he has items out is more like the Wii version than the GameCube version, but like, we still have Gale Boomerang LJAs and stuff, which is only on the GameCube version. Generally, the speedrun more so mimics the GameCube version, though, because of the existence of LJAs. And also because we play in normal mode, which has GameCube orientation instead of Wii orientation. But you could play with Wii orientation if you wanted to play on hero mode. Probably won't do too many more attempts if we can't get a run going, though, since again, we have been going for 4 hours already. Like, if we get to like 4.5 hours of stream time and we haven't gotten another run past goats, then I might just call it there, but we'll see how I'm feeling. Because I want to feel like I at least got an attempt somewhere, which I haven't really felt like any of the attempts have gotten somewhere today. Okay. No, the length of the file name doesn't matter. Because all of the text in this game, or pretty much all of it, is just quick text, so even when Link's name gets set in-game, it's part of a text box that just always appears instantly. Version of TP and category would I recommend for a beginner speedrun? I mean, so I've only speedrun the GameCube and HD versions before, so I can't really say anything for the Wii version speedruns. HD, on the whole, is easier than GameCube, but GameCube also has, like, alternate routes you can do that are much easier than the optimal routes. So, like, the beginner or the intermediate any percent routes for GameCube could also be a pretty good place to start. GameCube also has, like, significantly better practice tools than HD has with the practice ROM. You can just, like, instantly load up any segment of the run to practice, pretty much. There are also a lot more people who speedrun GameCube than HD, so, like, if you ask questions in the Discord, you'll probably more readily get responses for GameCube compared to HD, but you'll still get responses for HD, like, decently quickly as well. Okay. Whoa, hello. HD is also slightly longer than GameCube, if that's any consideration. Because, like, the any percent in all dungeons records for HD are like, well, hello. 20 or so minutes longer than GameCube. Maybe a little bit more than that at this point, actually. Actually, I think it's almost 30 minutes. Because, yeah, GameCube any percent is 2:43, and HD any percent is 3:11. Alright. So thanks for the good luck, Fran. Yeah, runs today have not gotten particularly far. The furthest we got was an attempt that failed Bomb House Skip in Elden Twilight. Okay, looks like we actually have a good start with the first set of goats here. Okay, well, this guy decided he was going to be special, but that's fine. Alright, this will officially be the last attempt today, then. You watched a lot of OOT speedrun content, and you see a lot of similarities, but even more differences. Yeah, I mean, Twilight Princess is a different game, but... like, the sort of, I guess you could say that there's a lot of, like, similar shared goals, in a sense. I don't actually know where I'm going with this, but, like... You're trying to get from point A to point B fast, generally. Twilight Princess doesn't have as many, like, fast movement options like OOT does. Like, there's no equivalent to hessing in this game or anything like that. So a lot of it is mostly just rolling, or if we have access to Epona, like running with Epona. I thought that was going to be late, but I was wrong. Also, thanks for the good luck sledging. You like watching Zelda speedruns specifically, even if you don't really play the games yourself. It feels like there's always some kind of tomfoolery going on. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's generally true for Zelda games, at least. Especially in the older games, there's pretty much constant tomfoolery happening. Your watch streak is at 6-7, send help. Also, yeah, I don't see what the issue with that is. But if it makes you not happy to have your watch streak be at 6-7, you could just continue to watch more streams, and then your watch streak will be above 6-7. Although then it will eventually get to 67, which you might run into the same issue with. My favorite movie? My favorite movie is Castle in the Sky. We'll say that Puss in Boots: The Last Wish almost became my favorite movie, but I don't think it quite beat out Castle in the Sky for me. I have watched Kiki's Delivery Service. I don't remember very much about it, though, because the last time I watched it, I think I was like 6 years old. Or something. It's been a very long time. So that is, in fact, not the reason for the 86, no. The 86 does still just remain a random number. Reason for the 86 is because I am 86 years old. Well, darn, you got me. True, I was born in the year 1940. Your Theroy was right all along. Well, I'm happy for your Theroy, audio killers. Yes, this means that in the year 2036, I will have been born in 1950. So I must perpetually stay 86 years old for the username's sake. So thanks for the good luck, Statenheim and Bakehills. Yeah, back in the 40s, Zelda was in black and white. that's why Hyrule in Wind Waker is actually in black and white, is because it was developed in the 40s, but was then scrapped for like 60 years until they finally got back to the project. Is it true life was black and white in the 40s? If I remember correctly, I think so. Because, yeah, color wasn't invented until a little bit after that. Who actually discovered the first usable iteration of barrier skip? I guess it depends on what you mean by usable iteration. Because, at least for Wind Waker HD, Gertana found the actual clip through the barrier itself, but then, once we understood how it worked, I think I was the first person to actually figure out a setup that you could do to make it work. Yeah, HD barrier skip was found before SD barrier skip. HD barrier skip was first reported, but didn't have any actual video footage in 2016. And then actually got recorded with video footage in 2017. And then barrier skip for GameCube Wind Waker was first figured out in 2019. It was 2 years later for GameCube compared to HD. So thanks for the good luck, Stavros. This game came out, you got stuck at the water temple and got so mad you took the disc out and scratched it on the floor. Dang, that's dedication to being mad. I think Lakebed Temple was also the point where I had to actually look up a guide on what to do because I couldn't figure it out when I first played. So thanks for the good luck, maybe, hero. Going further back, you couldn't get to Woodfall as a 5-year-old on Majora's Mask, so you slammed the cart in and out of the N64. You have a history of it. Well, understandable. I guess on N64 you do have to be standing on the little circle in the center of the podium, or in the center of the platform, to actually raise Woodfall. Because I think they changed that in 3D, where you can just be standing anywhere on the platform and it's fine. Also, slow monkey swing. Why do you do this? And no rupees! Where are the rupees? Except in this one patch of grass that always has 4. I want more than just those 4. Okay, there we go. Got some more. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised the monkey did not notice the Baba there, but we'll take it. I think this should be good enough. Yeah. Alright, that was actually a pretty good monkey. It will definitely take that. Oh, darn it. Alright, well that means we're gonna get extra text here. You were stuck for the longest time in OOT because you couldn't run up a thin ledge to get Megaton Hammer and Fire Temple without falling off. Yeah, that ledge is very thin. Oh yeah, especially playing on emulator, that sounds really difficult if you only have, like, cardinal directions for it. Oh, come on. Nice. Alright, will we actually get past this room this time? This room has stopped us twice earlier today. Trying to climb past that. It probably would have been slightly faster, too. But that's okay. have to go all the way in front of the lantern, or in front of the torch like that. Yeah, we have to watch the cutscene of Ook destroying the bridge, otherwise the one monkey that we have saved doesn't allow us to go to this side of the dungeon. So welcome back, Carlos Raven. My favorite interactive animal from any Zelda game? I think the fact that you can interact with Epona in Twilight Princess is actually pretty neat. So that's the first thing I think of. Even though she doesn't actually say much. One, two, three, four. Okay. Two. Okay, only two. Alright. Alright, we finally had a third run make it to Gale Boomerang today. Maybe this will be the one. Being able to pick up the cats and dogs is also a very good interaction. Pretty good roll. I don't think it's quite close enough to hold A, so I'm gonna move forward slightly. Guess we're not doing an LJA there, because I pressed B too early. So Link did not take out his sword. Oh my goodness, I was... Oh, that's not a good angle. Silly. I even thought about, okay, let's make sure snapback doesn't happen, and Link still did the skid. Do I have drain damage? I'm not really sure what a damaged drain is, but I hope not. It doesn't sound good. The splits I'm comparing against are my PB. Like, 99.9% of the time I'm comparing against PB. Do I have any pets? No. But yes, in this case, my splits are the world record. Well, darn, we're behind by a frame. How will I ever recover from this? If I have a pet, can I name it Ook? I don't know what I would name a pet if I had one. Ook would be a very funny name, though. Yeah, I manually press a button for when I split in Live Split. For me, it's the spacebar. Because I think the spacebar is very satisfying to hit for splitting. The biggest time saves that I have over my PB are all at the end of the run. I can save like 50 seconds in Palace, 50 seconds in Temple of Time, and also 50 seconds, or even like up to a minute in Hyrule Castle if I get good Puppet Zelda RNG. Do I prefer dogs or cats or neither? I would definitely say that I am a cat person over a dog person, but I do generally think both are adorable. I can try. So thanks for the good luck as well, Soup. Howard. Well, this is a slow Card Rock flight. Unfortunately, also lose us a couple seconds when we get to Elden Vessel. At least we didn't lose 45 seconds like earlier today. I don't know. I don't know whether or not that clip was found accidentally or intentionally. Howard. I know that there's an older clip that you can do that doesn't save as much time as that one, and is kind of like TAS only. That was somehow found first before that one. Oh, come on. It's slightly too early. Ugh. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like we're losing probably at least like 10 seconds or so here. That's my typical stream schedule. The schedule that I try to hold to is streaming every day of the week except Tuesday and Friday. So Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Or excuse me, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. And starting at the same time each day, which is 11 a.m. West Coast US time. 2 p.m. US Eastern time. Also, I did not want this guy to follow me all the way over there. So there will be no stream tomorrow. At least I don't have plans of doing a stream tomorrow. Come on. I do want to go into the hole. Howard, ever co-stream with me? I do not have any plans of co-streaming with Howard ever now. Howard in the room with me. Not that I am aware of. I don't think there's anybody else in this room with me. If they are hiding very well, because I have not noticed them. Hooray! This is the farthest run that we've gotten today. It only took 5 hours to get to this point. I mean, I guess one possibility is that I'm in a room full of ninjas, yes. Not sure if this is what exactly I would go with, though. I accept an offer from Howard to co-stream. I don't think Howard the goat is able to communicate like that, so... I don't think Howard the goat also cares about streaming either, so probably not. Oh. Ow! I'm confused by this ordering. Oh, I'm stupid. I forgot about the other one. Man. Hello. Well, now I'm sad again. Seriously. The reason that I didn't run at GDQ this year is because I got sick a couple days before GDQ started. And so the organizers said that if I was not sick 48 hours before my runtime slot was supposed to be, then I could still keep the runtime slot, but 48 hours before my runtime slot, I was still sick, so they had to make arrangements for a backup. But then 24 hours before my time slot, I wasn't sick anymore, so I still hopped on a plane and went to GDQ, and was there for my runtime slot, but by that point, they had already made the arrangements for the backup, so... And they didn't want to go through the trouble of changing everything up again. Huh? I've never done a side hop there before. That is wild to me. What an interesting segment this is. Thank you very much, Madels Burger, for gifting Howard the Goat 69 a Tier 1 subscription. It is very generous of you, and I'm sure Howard the Goat will enjoy his gym subscription. Well, yeah, my sickness was pretty asymptomatic, so I wasn't suffering at all or anything. I was just chilling in a room for like 6 days. So thanks for the good luck hungry plate. It's true, Twilight Princess is turning 20 years old this year. What better way to celebrate than making a remaster of it for Switch 2? I am surprised that worked. I thought that was going to be too late. Never seen this trick before. Yeah, this is how we can get to Linear Twilight without having to do Goron Mines first. Why does my muscle memory want to go to North Farronwoods? Yeah, if another Zelda remake does come out this year, I would expect it to be Switch 2 exclusive and not available for Switch, unfortunately, but we'll see. I mean, I guess they could do, like, a regular Switch and a Switch 2 edition, since, like, obviously, unless they really go crazy with updating the graphics, you probably wouldn't need, like, the power of the Switch 2 to, like, help with being able to play it. So yeah, unfortunately, we lost 40 seconds there. All thanks to the Shadow Beasts. How long have I been running Twilight Princess? Pretty long time at this point. That basically, like, it's been the majority of my speedrun focus of, like, the last 2 years, I think. Running all, like, the various categories. It's rumored that there's going to be a Nintendo Direct sometime in early February, so... if that rumor's true, we'll probably hear about some stuff for this year during it. I'm sure if that is also true, Nintendo will announce the Direct sometime within the next couple days. Well, so personally, I would expect some kind of 3D Zelda remake this year. Maybe not necessarily 3D Zelda, but some kind of Zelda remake this year in general. Because it would make sense time-wise with when Tantalus Games developed Twilight Princess HD and Skyward Sword HD, which is the company Nintendo contracted to make those remakes. And Twilight Princess HD was released in 2016. Skyward Sword HD was released in 2021, so just based on the 5-year jump, it's now 2026. It's the 40th anniversary for the Legend of Zelda series, and currently we don't have any Zelda thing coming out this year that we know of, so... and generally Nintendo seems to be on, like, a mostly one Zelda thing a year cycle. As in, like, in 2023 we got Tears of the Kingdom, 2024 we got Echoes of Wisdom, 2025 we got Age of Imprisonment, and I guess also Wind Waker on GameCube NSO, but that's not, like, a new thing, obviously. Hello? Can the Shadow Beasts please start behaving today? We also did get the Switch 2 editions of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't really consider those to be, like... I sort of consider those to be in the same vein as, like, the GameCube NSO stuff. Yeah, so, like, an Ocarina of Time, or, like, a new rendition of Ocarina of Time would be pretty cool. Which would also make sense with all the Ocarina of Time Lego stuff that's happening. Alright. Pretty good Delineru Twilight. All things considered. Yeah, that bug definitely is up there for, like, grossest Zelda boss. My first ever playthrough of this game, how long did it take me? I think like 4 months or so? Because this was my first Zelda game. I played it when I was like 11. Alright, nice. Hona turned slightly. Let's go forward, please. So, hello, Sneaky. Welcome to the last attempt of the day. That lost time to Shadow Beast fights. Yo, Double Howard? So thanks for the good luck, Silver Skinner. The runs haven't been that great today. This is the furthest any run has got. But hopefully we can keep doing well with this one. How much would you have to pay me to do another run after this? $2 billion. And we'll do another run after this. Because I do not want to do another run after this one. I almost said no at that prompt, because my mind was on the second prompt, which is this one, which is where we say no. Alright, Bo. Okay. Bo's really been a fan of doing nothing in the first phase lately, and I'm all about it. I do it for a Scooby snack. If the Scooby snack is worth $2 billion, yeah. Alright, nice. Zelda World would be the nicest to live in as a citizen? Probably Skyloft and Skyward Sword. Skyloft is generally very peaceful and doesn't really seem to endure a whole lot of hardship during Skyward Sword. Oh, dang, I still got the jump. Wouldn't I be scared of falling? Not really. I mean, the game seems to show us that, like, if someone falls off, one of the knights swoops in and gets them. So, considering the fact that that's what happens in one of the first cutscenes of the game, Zelda pushes Link off, and Link's bird doesn't come, so Zelda goes to save him instead. Sketchy angle to swim in at. Accidentally got rid of my target by moving slightly. Relived those cutscenes today. I think they're good cutscenes. Skyward Sword has quite a lot of them. That clip is very funny. We do just look through the wall and clip through. Because why wouldn't you be able to just look through the wall and clip through? Darn it. Dang. If you get hit there, then the tadpole starts scattering. And it takes slightly longer to actually get all of them. The sun is going down, so I'll probably have to turn the light on in here soon. Become one with the darkness. I suppose that's also a possibility. Hooray for Stamp Hylian Letter K. Just what we wanted. Alright, apes, we'll see you later. Thanks for watching today, and hope that you have a good rest of your day. So Morpheal is going up. The weird direction Morpheal is swimming in. Well, so the stamps are an item that were added for TPHD. You're supposed to be able to use them on Miiverse posts, but obviously you can't do that anymore. But there are 50 of them that you can collect. There's 26 for the English alphabet. As, like, written as Hylian letters, as well as just various other, like, emotes and small images of things like treasure chests and fairies. Like, there's the Happy Link stamp, the Sad Link stamp, the Surprised Link stamp, the Angry Link stamp, as well as variations for Zelda and Midna as well on those emotes. Thanks for the good luck, El Chapo. Happened to my B input there, but okay. So thanks for the good luck, Dashing Wolf guy. So thank you very much, Mr. Blues, for the 2 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the continued support. Glad you still enjoy the streams. Jumps were a little sketchy, but we made them. I have decided that I will not become one with the darkness today. Maybe one day in the future, but not today. I mean, yeah, Majora's Mask definitely can be a stressful experience with the ticking clock just kind of always on screen. Hello, Killer KX. Welcome to the YouTube stream. I guess the YouTube and Twitch simultaneous stream. Alright, Wiggy B, we'll see you later. Thanks for the best of luck. Hope that you get good sleeps. I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously from my own computer. I have a fiber connection, so the connection can easily handle it. I did test using, like, the Restream.io service at one point, but, like, it seems simpler to just do it directly from my machine since I have the bandwidth for it. Darn it. I accidentally picked up a skull. Yeah, I mean, like, the fiber connection that I have is, like, usually around, like, low 900 megabit upload speeds, so... And, like, each individual stream is only about, like, a 6 megabit, like, upload bandwidth, so... Got plenty of bandwidth to work with. Nice best. Also, thanks for the good luck, Middleton. You don't know why, but the Temple of Time reminds you of seasoned chicken. Well, I mean... Seems like a fine association to me, even if it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. City in the Sky reminds you of funnel cake. See, that weirdly enough... I don't know why, but I kind of get that. Like, that association just makes sense to me, even though it's not something I would have thought on my own. Or it at least makes more sense to me than Temple of Time to seasoned chicken. Other than the obvious association of Snow Peak with soup, I don't think I have any food associations in this game. Is this Facebook Live? This is not Facebook Live, thankfully. It's my favorite dungeon in a casual playthrough. Oh, I thought I hadn't gotten the... Or no, I thought I had gotten the blue text. Oh well. That's unfortunate. So thanks for the good luck, Jiggy Cusack. Alright, early Snow Peak, what are we working with today? Ah, that might have been too early. Yeah, darn it. Could have waited a little bit later. I was kind of expecting the Wolfos to jump closer because the first one jumped pretty close. Also, come on. But it did not. Alright, well. We lost a little more than 30 seconds to that. Which, the run can still continue with that, but that is a little unfortunate. The Gmail stream. I don't think Gmail is a service you can go live on, but maybe I'm wrong. You found my channel because of a shady Russian forum. That's definitely very strange. So thanks for the good luck, Joel Goldson. You can do a public meet and share your screen. Ah, I see. I was not aware that Gmail had this functionality. Nope, no spiritual journey for us today. Only time-loss journey. Also, thank you very much, Faye Scarlet, for the 33 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much for the good luck, which we will certainly need. Okay, we got our rupees. Alright. True, we will be looking into the eyes of Yedo soon. This is cause for celebration. Nice fake dig. Yes, this run did indeed get past gate clip, thankfully. And there's our 30-second time loss from early Snow Peak. Here, I guess we actually haven't done all of the gate clips yet, because there's still the gate clip in City in the Sky that we have to do. That one's a third-person claw shot clip, not a bonk the gate and go through clip. These... Blue. Unfortunately, no red rubies, so... we will have to go get the purple and Goron mines. Yeah, HD does the gate clip to go to Lanayru early. That saves 30 seconds in HD. What emoji would I choose to reflect how I feel about this run? Probably my own emote, Jim W. Okay. I didn't know. Okay, nice. That was good. Alright, very nice. Let's see, as the owner of the YouTube channel, can I use the membership emotes that I set? Apparently not. Oh wait, unless I have to type... no, I guess not. Oh wait, no, I can. Oh, that's weird. I have to type an underscore before it? Huh. There we go. Why do I have to type an underscore before it? That's weird. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? Huh? That is not the direction I held. Excuse me. Bro. Wow, that was silly. I swore I held up left there. That happened, I suppose. What happened was I threw the ball and chain in the wrong direction when trying to get the Blizzetta heart container. Which then proceeded in me trying to re-throw the ball and chain at the heart container 3 more times before giving up and just running over to get it. So thanks for the good luck, Ace. Nice camera. I mean, the worst time loss in this run was losing 40 seconds to the Shadow Beasts that Elded Twilight, which was very silly. We did get a best segment on Master Sword, that is true. It wasn't by very much, though, which isn't surprising, because there's not a whole lot of more time that I can save on that segment. Seriously. Get out. So stupid. I don't know why we got stuck at that angle. But that means we're unfortunately not saving time here. My goal for this category is a run that I feel better with. There's not a specific time goal attached to it. Unfortunately, we're saving like 1 second here, maybe. We're getting the shield attack because we're going to use it to do Pogate skip. Well, maybe this segment will go perfectly. And we'll only be like 30 seconds behind. So thanks for the good luck, Baz. And for the good luck as well, Red Ninja. Alright, Bubbles. I need you to be on the other side of the gate. Okay, that's a good start. Well, except for... Oh, left? No, no left. Darn. Hoping he would go left. I'm not a fan of this. I guess that works. Unfortunately, not the best. Okay, that's interesting. I did not expect that to happen. We'll take it. All right. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen this time. Oh, darn, so close. Man. No, I got sent to jail. Well. Folks, I think the run is over. So I can magically figure out how to clip out of jail right now. Which if we did figure out, probably make Pogate skip a lot easier since there's a much faster way to get in here. Yeah, unfortunately, we are just stuck here. Well, we had already lost a bunch of time anyway, so we probably weren't going to be saving any time on Spinner, unfortunately. Yeah, no, look-through clipping doesn't work here because there's no ledge. Like, because there's walls all around, you can't look-through clip like, out of the jail corner, unfortunately. But thank you guys very much for watching today. We will do more attempts on Saturday. So, yeah, that's gonna be the plan. So with that, I will see you guys all later. Hope you guys have a good rest of your Thursdays, and goodbye. See ya.